what's the point? For many of us, the road is a difficult one, but the path is always there for us to follow, no matter how many times we may fall. The good news is that we can help you find your way back. Naturally, some days are harder than others, but I must try. We all have doubts. The light of the mind alone cannot burn away all darkness. Think on it and look in your heart. It will be for the best. When the walls come tumbling down, when you lose everything you have, you always have family. The fire that had kept me alive was love. Their love. God's love. Right. You're not so certain. Fair enough. We all go through periods of darkness. Of course. In a world filled with misery and uncertainty, it is a great comfort to know that, in the end, there is light in the darkness. In such times we can turn to the Lord, but it's good to have friends. And the good Lord knows there's much to be done here. You're a good neighbor to us. Thank you. Until then, God be with you.
Let me in. Fucking puzzles. Puzzle brain's not with it today. Third dog. I can't just. Oh my god, no, I frame you. I will die now. Oh, fucking kangaroo, what? This up, this up, this up. What? That's fucked up. Why is that the desert egg? I hate this. Fucking. Hmm. What is it going down mean to me? Okay. What are you? Such cool. No! No! Just kill me, fam. Why can't I do a platform then? Okay. Oh, I can just fall in water as much as I want. Great. What am I supposed to do, dude? I'm so fucked up now. Key myself. stuck down here. Fuck. Fucking horror game, dude. Damn, I'm vegetarian now. What month is it? Is it past September 2024? What's going on, dude? I'm still... Yeah, that's the scariest thing I've ever seen, dude. I'm so fucking shook. Everything bad keeps happening to me tonight, dude. I've had the longest, most fucked up night, dude. I don't. I'm about to go make some bacon or something, dog. Hold on. I just have to recover from that. Seeing something like that when I'm like not expecting it just like caught me off guard. I'm glad I didn't eat any of that. No, 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 don't go down. Fuck. Not from them, dude. Fuck. I don't know what it is, but whenever I try some Doritos brand motherfucking beef jerky, I always get burned. It's like the sticks are like fucking just hard and fuck, or like they're gonna blame the distributor. They're gonna be, "It's not my fault." And the distributor is gonna blame them. So it's just a waste of my time. Lucy, what happened? I've thought about everything. It's the perfect time for an eating disorder. I just won't eat ever again. Okay. I don't eat. That's really how I feel. I'm glad I didn't hook into it. and fell in the well. What? Does what mean I win? The fact that I like blew up all that stuff? Oh no, it means I got a shortcut. They're considered positive, huh? Oh. You can't fight anything in this game, so you have to think your way out around it. Oh my god. So this game has like elements of like horror and like puzzle with also like it's a hodgepodge of elements, but you just can't fight, so you have to like bait them into, you know, walking into some water or run away. Set my side on fire. There's a lot of animals in the well, and falling in the well is not like a deathly thing all the time. What else is do here? This is a fun little puzzle platformer. I haven't played anything this fun since Blood Braid. Kind of what I expected Silk Road to be, but Korean World. Too dark to see the map. Okay. you incest. Okay. I think the story of this game might be a little grim. Because you see like a bunch of ghosts of animals in the well. Right, it's pretty implying. Imagine how fucking annoying a ghost spirit would be. They take your keys, take your life, take all that shit, though. It's a fucked up thing to have to imagine ghost weasels, yeah. And then they make you do puzzles that play around the weasels. The mulberry bush. Fuck me. What? Take your time, y'all. Take your time. Fuck. Let's go, you dense ass chinchilla. Walk the dog. Find a different way to get out. Oh no. Fuck, 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 fuck. Okay, I just got insta-killed. I have no clue how I got there. If nobody got me, then Lucy got me on the floor. Get up, O'Neal. Fucking hard game, dude. My brain feels taxed after playing that. It's a fucking fun game, but... Blood. wish they would just tell me what game the fuck is playing. Looks cute as fuck. I don't know if I enjoy cleaning. I hate fucking cleaning in real life. Oh god, but the pufferfish. They cuddle with it. Talk to me about this fucking game.
You know what I miss from the olden days, by which I mean 2 years ago? The Xbox Live Summer of Arcade. We had a little ritual at the Xbox 360 and I, where they would parade a little handful of indie games around with a bit of pomp and ceremony, and I'd take them one by one and grind them into the dirt until they cried. How we laughed. Those times are over now, because even if the Xbone did something similar with a new fistful of indie games like an unwanted buck-toothed child with an oversized dented head smashing action figures together in his urine-drenched sandpit, it just wouldn't be the same. Maybe because the new console generation's entire purpose in life is to convince us that the ability to make shiny graphics a whole 10% shinier means it is their solemn duty to throw all previous gaming history in the bin and start afresh with an interface that has been shitted up to competition standard. So what of the indie games that are coming out exclusive to the new generation of consoles? Let's review a couple before the revolution comes and they're dragged out into the street to be shot alongside their Aristo masters. First of all, Axiom Verge on the PS4, a Metroidvania shooter platformer that takes the Shovel Knight route of accurately reproducing the NES style in all its low-res, vibrant primary colors, bleepy bloopy headache like a cold power drill right between the eyes glory. And there's something particularly obscene about playing a retro-style game on the PS4. It's like eating Cocoa Pops with a spoon made out of the papal ferula. When I say Metroidvania, that's with a huge thunderous Metroid and a tiny vestigial Vania hanging off it like a small dog with its tail caught in the wheel arch of a speeding van. The story follows a young scientist named Trace, named after the thing that the developers did to Metroid to create this game, Hardy Har, who gets caught in a lab accident. And you know how it goes with lab accidents. Heads you gain superpowers, tails you get transported to a mysterious other dimension. In this case it was tails, unless the incident also gave Trace his absurd sideburns. His quest is to save the alien world from an encroaching blight that intentionally resembles NES graphical fuck-ups, but this problem won't be solved by punching the little brother who spilled orange juice on the cartridge. Axiom Verge doesn't just wear its Metroid influence on its sleeve is Metroid because it killed Metroid and put on its skin. Personally, I've always preferred Vania to Metroid because the latter is more about dull claustrophobic environments where the scenery is a higgledy-piggledy mess of tiles even before the graphics fuck up, and the most you can hope for as you move from area to area is for the colour scheme to change to a different hue of eye-gouging vibrancy, and I hate the way secrets are so often hidden behind single tiles, all equally as out of place as every other tile in the wall, until you just have to systematically bomb all of them like you bought an advent calendar on December 23rd and need to get it up to date. Axiom Verge apes a lot of Metroid's mechanics but grants them somewhat more expedience. For example, instead of bombs, they give you a giant fuck-off drill, which immediately gives you the starring role in the wall version of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You have a smaller form for navigating narrow passages like in Metroid, but you can throw it to hard-to-reach places instead of having to muck around with fiddly bomb jumps like a fat swimmer trying to propel himself with farts alone. And the sameness of the environments meant that after a while every new power-up meant I had to explore the entire map again to find all those hitherto sealed off passages I couldn't precisely remember where I'd seen, like a tour bus driver with a busted GPS. But I'd say the game's fun enough to compensate. Exploration is one half of Metroidvania's appeal. The other half is going back to where all the starting enemies bullied you and took your lunch money, and appointing yourself the god of death with your new overpowered weapon. Thinking of you, Lightning Gun. Axiom Verge delivers that, so while it has a lot of trough to go with the peak, and the aping of Metroid is so shameless as to be almost respectable, one of the games in the 2-for-1 review has to be the good one, so I might as well give it that. So let's move on, now that I've completely given the game away, to Stealth Inc. 2, a game of clones. It just came...
It's crystal night. Drink over. We're gonna try this game, Hi-Fi Rush. Got rave reviews. A lot of people like it. They say it's one of the best games to be made by the Xbox marketplace in a while. I don't know if I believe that, but maybe. Let's go There's a cat. Squishy. Oh, she hates me. You hate me. Oh, Squishy. Oh. Weedle, 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 weedle.
Is it? Yep. Profession, rock star. Future rock star. Are you done?
Yes.
Whatever. Here's your Project Armstrong pass. And welcome to Vandalay campus.
Alright, I don't know if I can hang. It's already like School of Rock levels of corny and bad.
Together we create better lives.
And now, the CEO of Vandelay Technology, Kale Vandelay.
What a historic day. You're the best of the best, and about to be even better.
The gameplay better be fire because this fucking corny looking ass shit, dude.
You all in Project Armstrong
Cat.
are about to show the world just how special you can become. Now go. Get ready for a better life.
I'm with him. Special pass here. I think they just called my name.
It's been like 10 minutes and I've already seen the main character in its underwear. What the fuck?
Promised me the best of the best, Mimosa.
Production asked for test subjects, Kate. Marketing delivered.
Marketing.
Oh, that grandstander Gonzo in R&D.
We need people with influence, and you're giving me losers.
It'll work.
It better. No slip-ups and no defense.
Oh my fuck, dude, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's too childish. I have to come back, like, I'm not in the best mood. This is not gonna work. Go watch him roll on the ground for 5 seconds. I'm like, alright, I gotta go. It's fun. I have a lot of good games on here to go through.
Peggy 12.
They were like, yeah, you want Reigns? You can get Reigns, but, cheaper. Well, I got most of that fucking intro down, so I'll just be able to start next time I come to that game. I hear the gameplay and mechanics is pretty good, but the fucking story is just like cringe as shit. Like you're gonna be like, grinding your teeth the whole time you're playing. I don't remember anything about this game. I'm gonna need a little bit of what to know when coming back to Sekiro.
And welcome to my essential guide for Sekiro. Having finished the game twice now and getting all the walkthrough prep done, I decided to knock this video out before I did the 100% walkthrough. And the main goal of this video is going to be to go over the various things that I had wished I knew going through the game, things that overall will make your experience a lot smoother and make you just a lot better at the game. So some obvious spoilers, because we're going to be talking about various mechanics and whatnot that are in some cases late game oriented. We're going to be going through a bunch of different skills, a bunch of different combat type stuff. You may see enemies that are more late game oriented. You may see areas that are more late game oriented. But I will try to keep spoilers to a minimum. There's obviously going to be no story spoilers in this video. But anyway, let's kick it off. So the combat in Sekiro is the thing I believe most people are having trouble with. And that's because, especially coming from things like Bloodborne and Dark Souls, you're used to much more slow, methodical combat. Whereas in Sekiro, combat is almost like a dance. The clash of the blades is your beat. And it's all about executing your deflects and weaving in your attacks to just create this beautiful melody. The more you get it down, the more you get that timing down, almost just like playing an instrument, it starts to flow a whole hell of a lot better. And I think the best way to showcase this is going to be to show 3 different distinct fighting examples, all with the same enemy. And this first fight here, I'm taking a very Dark Souls approach, if you will. I'm dodging attacks, I'm attacking, and I'm blocking. And ultimately, you'll see that I'm having a lot of trouble. You know, I'm already down to half my health. I'm trying to get in attacks. The enemy's hitting me back. And this is pretty standard for what I would expect from players that are just coming out of something like Dark Souls. The second example here is going to be more of a deflect-oriented combat. You can see I have the Makiri counter going on, deflecting the kick. I am deflecting just about every attack this enemy does, and while it's taking about the same amount of time, taking all the damage, you can see we already have the enemy exiting. For this last example, I want to show how not only deflecting, but staying aggressive and working with an exit. Already, before I finished explaining it, we have dispatched this enemy. So you really see just how different it is from the three different combat styles. And while there isn't any magical piece of advice that's going to make you good at the combat, kind of how I said at the start, the best approach, in my opinion, is to think of this as a dance. You know, you're playing a beat. You're looking for opportunities to attack, but most importantly, you're always staying open, waiting for a deflect if you can. And you should have a pretty clear grasp of this the more you play the game, but especially as you're fighting enemies, you'll notice sometimes an enemy will deflect enough of your attacks, such as right when you see here. You know, we keep hitting this guy, and eventually he basically forces my attack off, putting me into a place where I have to deflect. And you know, you want to keep your eyes out for opportunities like that. You want to constantly stay aggressive, and any opportunity that you can hit an enemy, you want to take that opportunity. You know, I think a big thing a lot of people do wrong here is they wait too long. They back off. I know I was guilty of it, especially when I started. And to be honest, the number one thing in Sekiro, in my opinion, is aggression. As long as you stay aggressive, you can beat just about any foe. So next up, I want to take a moment to talk about skills and what skills I would consider to be the most important ones to pick up in the game. Skills are very much at the core of the Sekiro experience, and depending on what skills you do or don't pick up, you'll see major differences in how effective you are gameplay-wise. So jumping right in, let's start with the Shinobi arts, and the first one we're talking about is Makiri Counter. Now you can get this ability very early, and I would consider this to be a baseline skill that you basically have to really see progress in the game. This is going to allow you to step down and counter out a thrust attack. Anytime one comes at you, you can counter out swords, spears, kicks, pretty much anything that's a thrust. And what makes this so incredibly amazing is not only is it easier to pull off than deflecting a thrust, but you can also upgrade it with Shinobi Eyes, which allows you to do a ton of posture damage with the Makiri counter. Just to put it into perspective, with the Shinobi Eyes upgrade, you can usually posture break enemies after countering just 2 thrusts, making it a very, very attractive skill to get. In this tree, I also suggest getting Suppressed Presence. Being that this is a game where you play as a Shinobi and there's a huge stealth focus, this is going to help you a lot just going through the game. You'll find that you're able to sneak up on enemies and get death blows that otherwise you couldn't. In general, instances that you typically have to use a Gotch and Sugar for, you can get by with just Suppressed Presence. And when you have Suppressed Presence and you use a Gotch and Sugar on top of it, you'll find that you're basically invisible. You can do some of the most ridiculous stealth type style kills that you could even imagine. Moving on from there up to the top of the tree, Breath of Life Light. Now, I would consider this to be the most important skill in the game from a progression perspective. This is going to allow you to get back vitality anytime you end up death blowing an enemy, and especially with the combat being so heavily focused around you getting death blows, whether via stealth or even through combat. You know, anytime you finish off an enemy in combat, you can death blow them if you want. This skill pays for itself 100-fold over. You're getting back roughly 10 to 15% of your health bar anytime you get off a death blow. And what's so great about this is think of instances like Harada Estate where you gotta fight past a bunch of enemies to get to the boss. With this skill, by the time you're at the boss, you don't have 1 or 2 gourd heals left. You have all of your gourd heals left because you've been killing everybody with death blows. So needless to say, get this as soon as you possibly can. It's going to be a huge boon for you. Moving on into the prosthetic arts. This tree is very useful overall, especially as you move towards late game. I'd almost go as far as saying picking up just about everything here is going to be helpful. But first off, let's talk about the grappling hook attack. This one is very cheap and you can get it very early, and what's nice about this is there are going to be a lot of enemies where you have to dodge out of the way and you can get back to them with the grappling hook. This is going to allow you to follow that up with a double slash, just adding even more fluidity into the combat. Moving on from there, all of these abilities help boost your prosthetics. The first one, Chasing Slice, allows you to go after a slice after you've done a shuriken, firecracker, or spear. Fang and Blade also allows a follow-up attack. Projected Force allows you to do a blast after the Umbrella and Finger Whistle, and lastly, Living Force allows a follow-up after Flame Vent and Divine Abduction. And what's so awesome about these abilities is up until you get these, your combat is very much attack, deflect, attack, deflect, attack, deflect. And when you get these, your shinobi tools also work into that rotation in a very natural way, whereas without them, you're more using your shinobi tools as the opportunity arises. You know, you see the enemy in the air, you try to throw out a shuriken. You see the enemy has some downtime, you try to light them on fire. But with this, you're hitting them with the flamethrower, and then you're enchanting your blade in flame, and then you're whacking away at them, making sure they get lit on fire. My personal favorite here is probably Fang and Blade, just because with the loaded axe, you're able to swing in the axe and then hit RB and do a follow-up where you flip and then slam down with both the sword and the axe, effectively breaking any shield you come across, and on top of that doing a buttload of posture damage. Also worth honorable mention here, I think, is both Mid-Air Prosthetic Tool and then Mid-Air Combat Arts. While they're not as important, they will just, you know, further bolster your combat and make things that much easier. Moving over into the Ashina Arts, I would consider this to be the most important tree in the game. The only skill I think that is worth more than the skills in Ashina Arts is Breath of Light Life. So first off, we have Ichimonji, which is a combat art that allows you to just do one heavy-ass swing. And what's great about this is you're dealing a ton of posture damage, you're doing a chunk of regular damage, and most importantly, you're recovering your own posture. This can also be upgraded to a double version, which allows you to do a double tap, and this is so good, even late game I find that you could be, you know, almost breaking on posture, and doing this once will take your posture bar almost all the way back down to 0. On top of that, we have 3 of the most important passives in the game here. The first up, Descending Carp. This allows you to deal bonus damage to posture for a few seconds anytime you've done a deflection. So basically it's your counterattack skill. You deflect, get in a hit, deflect, get in a hit, deflect, get in a hit. This is what's going to allow you to build up posture incredibly fast against bosses, and without it you're going to find yourself struggling a lot more than you would otherwise. To complement that, we have Ascending Carp. This just outright increases the posture damage you do on a successful deflection. This is another skill that I would very much consider kind of core. With this ability, enemies that attack very fast, you're able to pretty much break them just through deflecting. Just to name a couple, there's a guy you'll fight later on in Ashina Castle that has this like anime double slash type thing. With Ascending Carp and a perfect deflect, you fill up half his posture bar just deflecting 2 attacks. Against the Centipede boss, for example, this thing that just goes whack, 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 and attacks you. If you have Ascending Carp, same thing. You just go deflect, 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 boom, death blow. It's that easy. The last thing we have here is Flowing Water, which is going to reduce the amount of damage you take to your posture when being attacked by a sword. While not as important as Ascending and Descending Carp, it's still just a nice passive to pick up that'll make combat that much smoother. Temple Arts, I haven't messed around with too much, but I will say that some of the passives here are quite useful. In particular, these 2 right here will allow you to get both more gold and more item drops. The combat abilities in the Temple Arts I didn't really find all that appealing. The final one is a like flippy kick involving your sword. The damage just didn't really feel all that good to me, and I think the big problem with it is I felt like I was kind of vulnerable for a while, whereas using something like the Ichimonji, you're very much just bam bam, you're just getting in that damage and then you're back to where you could deflect. I found myself exposed for a while using this. But if you have extra points to spread around, the extra items and extra gold passives are worth getting, though I would consider them more of a new game plus type thing. The last skill tree we have is Mushin Arts, and you unlock this pretty late in the game as long as you have unlocked 1 Master Art, and out of the 3 Mushin Arts you can get, the only one I would honestly recommend here is going to be Empowered Mortal Draw. Shadowfall, while decent, just didn't really feel that good. You know, you rush in, you jump up, you do a little bit of damage, and it's cool and it's kind of flashy, but against bosses, I found that a lot of the time I was just getting hit in the face with a big attack trying to do this. And Spiral Cloud Passage, which sounds awesome, and you would expect it to be phenomenal, costing 9 points, ultimately I found it just didn't do much. I was actually really disappointed by this. Empowered Mortal Draw, on the other hand, is just a very solid pickup. Once you get the Mortal Blade and you get access to the Mortal Draw combat art, you'll see how effective that is. This is just a bigger buffer version of it, and what's great is the only thing you need to unlock this is Ashina Cross and then Living Force. And we're going to be working towards Living Force anyway, and Ashina Cross is actually a very solid ability to pick up when you're looking for just doing raw damage. So for this next part of the video, I want to take some time to talk about core combat mechanics, in particular the Makiri counter to stop thrust attacks and jumping over sweeps and bouncing off the head of enemies. So initially here, you'll notice that I am stopping a lot of these thrusts with just regular deflects. And I want you to keep a close eye on the posture gauge of the enemy, you know, how much we're able to build it up. And you'll notice I've deflected quite a few thrusts here, but the posture... quite hit broken, and it's gone as far as to the point where I've died. In this next example, instead of deflecting, we're going to be using the Makiri counter. And you can notice already, massive amount of posture damage too. With just 2 of those, we were able to put the enemy into a death blow state. And that's really why I suggest Makiri counter so heavily. You know, in the other example, you saw us deflecting, and nothing came of it. Here, it took 2, and he was posture broken. As for jump in the sweep, we're going to mix things up with a different enemy. And the Perilous Sweep attack is one that I find a lot of people end up getting hit by because you're so used to deflecting. You see it, you try to press something, nothing comes of it, and you end up getting booped for a ton of damage. And not only can you jump the sweep attack, but you can also vault off the head of the enemy for an extra bit of posture damage, or alternatively, you can get in a couple attacks after the jump if you're more just looking to deal raw damage. Though it is a little bit harder to time against certain enemies, you can even jump off the head and then still get in your double aerial attack as well. It all depends on what you're fighting. Against something like this guy, it's not going to really make sense to do the bounce off the head and then double attacks because I'm going to be up in the air. But against a larger, more monstrous enemy, it would be a great go-to move. But the big thing here, of course, is just that you want to be aiming to either bounce off the head and build up poise if you're looking to get a death blow versus poise on a boss. If you're looking to get that death blow via just breaking their health counter, it's going to be a lot more beneficial instead for you to just get in those attacks and not even worry about the bounce. So now I want to take a moment to talk about Resurrection in Sekiro and what the little icons by our health bar actually mean. So taking a closer look, we have 3 icons here, 2 of them being flower petals and 1 of them is more of a snowflake. The flower petals are resurrects that we have available from killing enemies as we proceed through the game. The flower petal is a resurrect that we have available from resting at an idol. Now initially you won't have 2 of the flower petal ones, you get a second one later in the game through various events. But the main gist is that you can refill one via killing enemies, and the other one only refills from resting at an idol. Now what I want you to notice in particular here is that when I resurrect, there is now a black bar crossing them out. You notice the first res has vanished, now I have 2 available, but more importantly, that black bar means the resurrects are unavailable. Even if you die, even though you have 2, you will not be able to resurrect. And the only way to get rid of that black bar is by performing a death blow. Now what's important to note here is you don't need to necessarily kill an enemy, you just need to do a death blow. And what's powerful about this is against a boss, you could go down, get a death blow to go into the next phase, and effectively have your resurrect available again for the second phase of a boss fight. Once again, as we rest at a shrine, you'll see the third one comes on back as well. Next, I want to talk about gold and keeping value as you play Sekiro. Now, when you die, you lose half of your resources, and that includes skill points that haven't turned into an actual point, as well as half of whatever your gold currently is. Now, with skills, you can farm to hit a point threshold, and then you don't have to worry about losing it. Gold, you will still always lose half of what you have on death. And the best way to help counteract this is buying gold bags from merchants. There's a 10% upcharge, so 100 gold and a Litecoin purse will cost 110. But if you're going into a boss fight and you have 1,000 gold or so, you can effectively buy up gold bags, converting it into what's essentially banked storage. And then when you do need your gold to spend it, you can pop your gold bags and get it on back. And the last thing I want to talk about is being overwhelmed and knowing when it's time to retreat. I think a big thing coming from games like Dark Souls and Bloodborne is, you see enemies and you're like, I gotta fight them all. I gotta beat all these guys. That's part of this zone. And the most important thing, in my opinion, to remember about your Sekiro experience is you're a shinobi. You are a ninja. You're not meant to honorably fight 20 enemies at once. What ninja walks into a room and is like, I am here to kill you all? That doesn't happen, man. You have the rope. You have all kinds of ninja tools. You should be, you know, jumping up into trees, looking for areas you can hide and re-stealth. Basically, you want to be the biggest whoremonger on the battlefield. You want to be picking people off one by one. You want to be stealthing up and killing people who are by themselves. Anything you can do to give yourself an advantage is okay in the Shinobi Guidebook. And that's a big thing I think a lot of people just need to come to terms with when playing this game. If you need to rope up into some trees and shoot across the battlefield and mix up your position so the enemies lose you, and then you go back in and start picking them off, that's perfectly fine. If you decide you get overwhelmed and you just want to jump away and pop your homeward idle to head on back to base, that's fine too. At the end of the day, this is a single player game, and the most important thing is that you enjoy your experience. You know, there's no PvP, and I know a big part of this community is, you know, get good, you have to get good. But to be honest, you're not going to get good by fighting 10 enemies at once and getting your ass beat. At the end of the day, if you want to get good, you got to get in that ninja mindset, man. It's time to sneak around, it's time to look for opportunities, split them up, and pick them off one by one. And that's ultimately going to be the best thing. I found that I enjoyed Sekiro the most, not when I was fighting 4 or 5 enemies at once. It was when I was playing like this whorish little ninja that was sneaking in and picking off 2 people and then running away and waiting till one rounds the corner and then killing him because he rushed in by himself. Get in that ninja mindset and you'll find that everything just flows oh so much better. But that's going to wrap things up for the Essential Guide. Hopefully after watching this you guys have learned some things that'll help your experience in Sekiro and make things a little bit easier overall. If you have any questions, feel free to leave them down in the comments. I'll try and answer everything I can. But other than that, thanks for coming by. I hope you guys are enjoying the game as much as I am. And I'll see you later with the 100% walkthrough.
It's a classic. I don't know what he expects me to say to him. You. I remember you. Okay. Let's close. I think we want to fight your goons first, huh? Guess I'll do that. Okay, now I'm just like panic healing? Hello? I'll leave. Let's him leave. I'm good at leaving. The game's actually running a little bad. I don't want to get off the fight if I can't, like, stuttering or something. Hold on. Give me a second. Everything's closed. Still walking, huh? Oh, ho, ho, ho. That fucking hurt. Okay. Alright, how am I supposed to? Ow, 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 ow. Fire bad. Oh, man. I can't help you got little friends or whatever, that's shitty. I ain't got no more booze neither, dude. Hold on. Fucking naked ass. Ooh. Okay. Who? I'm in the woods. It's motion blur that was fucking me up. Damn, I was like, why do I feel like I've taken fucking 13 minute row? Damn, I wish I had a snack. I just beat that boss and they're not even gonna let me like rest up or nothing. No more shit for you. Oh no, everything's on fire. I need a save point.
Head to my left and follow the cliff. If I go through the cemetery, there will be a path to the interstate. Leave it to me, Father.
I read it was gonna have a separate level system. I'm sorry, what were you talking about? What was gonna have a separate level system? I kinda like tranced out for a second. I was thinking really hard.
Head to my if need. Fire's too strong. Need to find another.
Oh, it killed me. Oh, Elden Ring. Yes. Probably like an armor score. Alright. This is a game, Souls like and the back's gotta beat. Or like to even play a lot, so here I am. It was very hard and I was having a skill issue back in the day, so hopefully things get easier.
I saw
Yes.
you and Lord Kuro.
They're speaking,
in a vision.
see?
A vision.
Yes. Where is Lord Kuro right now?
He's being kept near the keep at Ashina Castle. The gate to the castle, however, is shut.
I see.
I see.
I'm glad you've come, Master Wolf.
I have a gourd for you. Talk to me.
There was a dragon rot epidemic in Ashina once before. Back then, a cure was not achieved. Every single person who caught it died.
I see.
It is my hope that finally discovering the cure has alleviated this regret, if only a little.
I hate Wolf's voice actor. He does not give a fuck.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Opie Bowlin. Pray to the statue. What does this mean? What? Where the fuck am I at? Where am I? What the fuck? Alright, that was weird. Bro, my separator is going. It's doing like one of the fastest little zigzags I've ever seen it done. Doing. What you doing here, dog? Knock it off.
Sculptor, I don't need your concern. I'm not normal, you see.
Built different.
No mere dragon rot will kill me.
Same dude.
I'm not
You're about to die. Shriek. Oh my god, I remember where the fuck I'm at. I wish I didn't. Little cat. Well, you know what I'm about to have to do? I'm about to fight an asshole on a horse, dude. It's gonna be really bad. Oh no, a dead horsey. Heavy on. Okay. Oh. Hey. Hey. Can't see you. But yeah. Come on, man. Let me heal. I need a new move or something, cuz I don't know what to do about that. So it's that. Okay. So B. gone. That's not out. That's what it's saying. Come on, don't walk like that. Oh, God. Go. Press like. Jeez. I just figure out how to do this good. What's wrong? Let's continue. I don't remember how to level up my attack power. I think that's the thing I'm missing here. Dog. Hey man, I'm dead. Don't you think I'm dead? Leave. Alright. I don't really know how to plan. You could just like gravel drum, you know, if you want it. Alright, I have to remember how to do death blows, because that's very important. Okay. Oh, that's so fucking weak. Oh. Okay. How to do death blows? How to do death blows? I wish I remembered anything. Okay. I can only do it when that red's up. He said, yeah. I have no clue how to find this shit. Bruh. Okay.
Johnny Hurricane here from GamersHeroes.com.
Johnny
Hello, everyone.
Hurricane.
Johnny Hurricane here from GamersHeroes.com, and today we'll be going over where to find.
Well, hold on. Let's see if I had already gotten it. This is fucking bothering me. What?
Shinobi fight. Let's get started. For this one, you want to head to the outskirt wall. This one, as you can see, I'm pretty dinged up already, but the enemies are dead. So, if you haven't, you're actually going to take the path down to the left. Attack you. Woman, turn around, and you can see a ledge right down there. So what you want to do...
I think I've done this though, dude. Can't remember. Fucking bother me, dog. Rada Estate. What? Hey, buddy. I've been struggling with this one 3D print because of its really sharp curves and overhangs and like all these little vents, and this is one thing that I've struggled with since I came to 3D printing, and I finally got it, Twisty. I sent you a little video. It's only a couple seconds long, but keeping myself busy has just like been keeping me, you know, having negative feelings basically. I'm proud. Oh my god, it went right through the plastic. And it basically kept drying. Yeah, it's pretty smooth. Just gotta pop these little screw holes out. I've learned a lot about 3D printing since I've come to this unit. I enjoy it a lot. Nice. Now, I know I have an itty bitty screw for it. I know I do. I'm back. Your night's going good, buddy. Time to finalize this touch. Oh, I love that. It had to shoot off into the night, dude. That's the craziest part of trying to do anything. If you're me, it's like, it's gonna shoot off into the night. Always. It's a funny thing. No, it's only as a joke. Wish I had a tiny little screwdriver. This is driving me crazy. Oh, I have one. Okay, broken. What? And the only part that's not smooth about it is me. Smallest screw, dude. I was like, oh, I got it. No, 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 little buddy, you thought. We're back again. hey, you're the boss, dude. Also, so cool for having, you know, having that sort of thing on deck. I'm the problem here. What I'm doing is I'm trying to take, like, some screws that had been stripped because they're, like, coming out some other shit. I'm trying to repurpose them, you know? But I only have 2 screws big enough to put it on the back, but it's cool. What? I just had to be a little heavy-handed is all. But see, you never want to do that with the 3D prints because it's PLA, this shit could snap. Snap! Clean as a button, smooth as a whistle. God damn, I well done myself. It's touchscreen too. I'm just like overtly like pushed back. That was very cool. I'm gonna put this tool up here in a second so it's not in my face. I actually do have a bunch of little screwdrivers put up, and they're right here on this hex grid for future reference. If I can get it to balance itself up there, cool. This is like the weird size screwdriver I was looking for, and then I was using screws, so it was a me thing.
thought it easy.
Dog, I typed Sekiro.
This video will end with our ascension of Ashina Castle, but our story begins many years before that. It begins before Wolf was assigned to be the Divine Prince's shinobi, before he was plucked from the battlefield by his father. We have to go back, even before Ishin Ashina founded this nation, all the way back to a people who loved the ancient land they lived upon.
Before this land was a place where we, the Ashina people, lived, where the waters flowed straight from the source. We were a people who loved our country dearly, but we were heretics, and we were weak. Naturally, we were overrun, trampled into submission for many long, excruciating years. We couldn't even pray at the water from the springs. The way we were then.
But then, the world fell into chaos. Could you tell me about the rebellion?
We just took back what was stolen from us. Amidst the chaos that was Japan, the endless casualties, the flames of war, we found the perfect opportunity to take back our land. General Tamura is no more!
Ishin, a sword saint of the Ashina, turned the tide in the rebellion. A devil with the sword, his technique was eagerly polished in the blood of his enemies, and his single-minded search for strength ended with him securing Ashina's independence once more. Pivotal in Ishin's coup were his 7 spears, of whom very few remain in-game, and of course his generals, every one of them accomplished in the now famous Ashina sword style. And in the aftermath of the rebellion, an owl plucks a starving wolf from the battlefield.
Well, would you look at that? Fascinating. Will you join me, starving wolf?
Our hunger may beget a fine shinobi, making us a worthy right hand, someone utterly loyal to our foster father. And to this end, we are eventually assigned a prestigious role, Shinobi to Kuro, a young child who is an heir to a divine bloodline.
As your father, my word is absolute. Your master's is a close second.
It's possible that this scene, where we're tasked with the Divine Heir's protection, takes place in the Hirata Estates. This is an abundant tract of land that was likely owned by Kuro's uncle, who would likely have taken him in after the death of his mother and father. An uncle we never meet, for everyone around the Divine Heir seems to die.
I tried my best to be his guardian, but look at me now.
3 years before the start of the game, the Hirata are raided by a swarm of bandits. They all attack with perfect timing when all of the young soldiers are out fighting, likely on behalf of the Ashina in their war. So only the older warriors remain here to protect the Divine Heir.
Hear me! My name is Nogami Gensai! I stood with the Ashina when they claimed this land!
The Hirata are a cadet branch of the Ashina. They share a really long history with the clan, and here, 3 years before the events of the main game, that long history ends, and you were not by your prince's side.
You're the young master's shinobi. What good are you? You were nowhere to be seen when things went south.
Protecting Kuro is your second rule, but your first loyalty is to your father. So it follows that your father must have sent you away from Hirata in order for the attack to succeed. After all, this bandit attack was his idea.
Taking the Hirata estate was surprisingly easy. Owl's info was right on the money, you know.
The man Juzo is talking to is Masanari, a lone shadow of the Interior Ministry. And you can think of the Interior Ministry as a sort of central government force in Japan. It's a force that appears to have come out on top of Japan's Sengoku-era conflict, and now they have the Ashina clan on their hit list. The bandits are simply a means to an end, They're a way for the Interior Ministry to strike a blow against the Ashina and mask the Interior Ministry's involvement.
He's a villain. A down and out villain, Masanari.
Well, he's useful right now, so endure him. For all his scheming, he's a nameless rogue shinobi. His efforts won't amount to much.
Father.
It's you. I'm afraid I made a bit of a blunder. Perhaps the years have finally caught up with me. Wolf, protect your master with your life.
Al fakes his death.
We don't know that. Okay. I have my energy drink. God damn, that shit is hitting. God damn, Daniel. That shit slaps. I know I'm not funny. You ain't gotta laugh. It's cool. I can't hear you anyways, so. How I'm gonna play this is I'm gonna smoke a lot of homegrown pot. Think about my life. Look at this fucking screen here. God damn, that shit's nifty. I'm no longer fucking useless, I think. Hey man, you need me to do anything? Alright, well, I'll just be jorking my peanuts otherwise. Smooth as butter. Simple as pie. 3.14, right? You know, I've had a very stressful life, and all I really want to do is feed a fucking apple to a deer. I think about that every fucking day. I think about how happy it would make me and how much stress it would just, like, I'd be able to let go of my life, especially if it was like a fucking trusting deer. I would just cry, probably. Alright, time to smoke some pot. God damn, that's like a product, yo. Hold on. I could be pumping these little motherfucking screens out for something. I don't know what, but need a burrito. Ow. Not hot, but sharp. Pain pad. Where's the little laptop? Yo. If I can just... This might be the move right here. I might just keep it in this little case. Just mount everything in here. Have to do it like that. Ah. Oh, I forgot about the USB-A port. Could I flip it? Yet. One of these days I'll figure it out. I keep it for now. Ah! Ah! Alright, what am I doing? I wanted to like smoke or something. Hands. A bag full of hands. What a weird thing to sit on my desk. Go back to talking to me. I needed a moment.
This is Floating Passage, a combat art that's given to you by Pot Noble Harunaga, a carb scales vendor to the right of the Hirata Estates bridge. And I bought it so that you don't have to. It's pretty bad. Large enemies will just poise through this long animation, and it achieves less than Whirlwind Strike, which also offers a cleave effect. Let me know if I'm missing something. Harunaga also offers a mask fragment, and I'm sure many of you are wondering if it's worth investing in. If you find all three of these, then you receive the Dancing Dragon Mask, a key item that allows you to exchange 5 skill points to increase your attack power by 1, something that you're probably more likely to make use of in the late game. Something you can use in this level though is the Withered Red Gourd. It restores when you sit at bonfires, just like your other one, and this one removes fire buildup, which is something you're gonna need when you stand in this fire along the estate path. This is where you'll find the Flame Barrel, which is an essential prosthetic weapon, and most of you probably found it. But did you know that there's actually a really rare piece of dialogue that you can receive here? You have to stealth close to these soldiers without being seen, which is not an easy task, considering how many scouts there are in this little tiny section. Nearby, the carp scalesmen are a couple of boats that some bandits likely used to come ashore, and reinforcing that theory is an item that's left behind on those boats. A Mibu possession balloon, which increases item drop from killing enemies, which is obviously something you could imagine a bunch of pillaging bandits using. Across the way is Anayama, a talkative bandit who's set on looting the place. This explains why he has Lady Butterfly's Phantom Kunai later in the game. He speaks of some 3-story pagoda upon some cliff, which is a tip that can lead you to a really, really well-hidden prosthetic weapon.
I hope really good things are happening to you tonight, Tosi. I hope your night has been stress-free, and I hope everybody's been leaving you alone. My night started off kind of rough, but it's gotten better because I've just kind of like dissipated it. I'm sorry about having beef earlier or whatever. I really care. I don't know how to communicate properly.
Sitting and watching from his high perch while the bandits do all.
I am actually like I'm glad I took a break on Tarkov because if I would have kept playing that, it would have just driven me insane.
Then going back up again and
But I didn't want to like cut my stream.
You can use Vati's patented ankle chipping technique.
The ankle
Whatever
chipping
you choose,
technique,
open the
dog.
pagoda
You're
and
horrible.
You'll be able to loot the Mist Raven's feathers, which is the prosthetic that's really powerful against enemies that have really slow, heavy hitting attacks, allowing you to.
You turned
get
into
a lot of
birds
health
like a
damage
Tachi, dude. Hold
the
on.
final prosthetic weapon hidden in the estates is the loaded axe, and you're
And
clued
thank you
into
for
its
like
location by
telling me
this
about
man
the
in estate
screwdriver and
who
just being
is
a
furious
whole
about
pal,
the
dude.
bandit invasion. He's one of many bodies in this area that are dressed in this blue garb, and likely marks him as one of the high-ranking warriors of the Hirata. 2 other living men wear the same garb, and both of them claim to be from the Megami family, which was a vassal family of the Hirata, who Hirata themselves are a vassal to the Ashina, who are pretty much as high as it goes in this region, although the Ashina are rapidly losing influence. Anyway, the first confirmed...
Well, I hope you set their bitch ass straight.
...is Nogami Gensai. As he lets you know, he fought with the Ashina when they claimed this land, explaining his fierce loyalty to Ishin of the Ashina, and also the Divine Prince, who he has been tasked with protecting. If he dies in the fight against Juzo, one of the bandits, he laments his failure to Lord Kuro. But if he survives the fight against Juzo, this is what he says. And if you kill him afterwards, you cement yourself in his eyes as a rogue shinobi, without a family name and without honor. Not too wrong, honestly. The reason so many people here call us rogue shinobi is likely because
Obsession is a form of love. They're fucking convoluted and confused and stupid. They just think you're the most awesome person ever, and they don't know how to come to terms with it, and it's eating them alive because you're better than them in every conceivable way.
Where were we during this attack on the Hirata estates? Who lured us away? The mother of a couple of the Nogami men cowers inside. This scared maid will one day become one of many afflicted by your dragon rot, and considering Emma talks often about the overflow that's associated with dragon rot, this scared maid appears to be traumatized by a vision of what's to come for her.
Master is deep in the mansion. My son, Inosuke, went to rescue him. So he probably fought.
This is Nogami Inosuke, a man who has barely survived his fight with Lady Butterfly. If you look closely at him, you can see he actually has blood streaming down from both of his eyes, which I think has to do with the illusions that he's seen. Undoubtedly, he saw something terrible.
I can't wait to go to the Genjutsu fight.
Or she made him claw his own eyes out as a way of escaping these illusions. Which is why I think it's actually a bit of a missed opportunity to not have these illusions mean something devastating to Sekiro. Instead, from what I can tell, they're just laborers with a sort of headscarf, which might mean something. It's probably more likely that they have to do with Lady Butterfly. So, of course, this man is the exact same Nogami Inosuke we find in the Ashina outskirts 3 years later, which explains now why he had those bands fully wrapped over his eyes. He was permanently crippled all those years ago in the Hirata estates, and now he has the lone task of looking after his mother. Now that we recognize that he was blind all this time, it explains why he says he remembers our voice.
Well, you know what? They can't afford the unheard edition. Even when it's on sale, Twisty. Tell them that they ain't got the upgraded account and that you're gonna send them back to the menu. Tell them.
Now, in the first episode is where we show you that not all shinobi walls actually have a human shape, clearly revealing them. Scrolls, too, are something to look out for, because they often hide some seriously good loot. A Mibu balloon of wealth, divine confetti, a light coin purse, and, most importantly, a prayer bead. As you run towards Lady Butterfly, again and again, like I did, spare a thought for this one enemy who has the worst recurring nightmare in the history of the Souls series. If you're wondering, though, there is a reason he's here, and it's because From Software knows how hard this fight is, and having him here allows you to refill your second resurrection bar on your way back to Lady Butterfly. Thank you, Bow Bandit. As you fight all of the mini-bosses and bosses in this area, remember, most bosses actually come with a really significant prosthetic weakness. Lady Butterfly, for example, can be knocked off her wires with shurikens, and your spirit emblems can be restored in Phase 2 by killing her illusions. Juzo is weak to the faded owl feather, as he has really slow attacks, and he's also a great candidate to light on fire. He's so slow and big that he's really easy to hit with oil urns, which allow you to set him on fire with one flame charge instead of 2. This means you can set him on fire a ton of times throughout the fight. And finally, the Shinobi Hunter. He suffers against firecrackers and shuriken use, which makes this difficult fight a cakewalk for most players.
Right.
After you defeated Lady Butterfly, you awakened back at the dilapidated temple. However, if you return to her boss room, there's actually an idol here now that you can rest at. It seems like it serves no purpose, but you can sit here and use it to confront the memory of Lady Butterfly, and you'll learn a little bit more of our history with her. Long ago, Owl actually appointed her to teach us shinobi techniques, and they were not teachings of a kind sort. Now, later in the game, it's possible to return to the Hirata Estates, and the 2 tips that are going to follow relate to this area. I want to warn you, do not watch any further unless you have fought the 2nd boss battle atop Ashina Khan.
Why are you doing this to me, dog?
Hello and welcome to Rock Paper Shotgun. Matthew here, and I've been playing Sekiro Shadows Die Twice and getting my arse kicked. Then my arse resurrects and gets kicked a 2nd time. To help save you this suffering, I'm going to offer all the Sekiro tips and tricks that got me through the first 10 hours of the game. I'll cover how to get the important upgrades, which skills to focus on, some general best practice advice, and some boss tips for the first handful of unstoppable monsters. If you're looking for something specific, I've put time codes in the text description. If you only want to watch a little bit of the video, that's fine. But if you do find it useful, I'd love if you click the thumbs up and subscribe to Rock Paper Shotgun for more videos like this. Hope it helps. It's hard to offer more general tips about open combat, as each enemy has a rhythm and attack pattern of their own. Very quickly, one piece of advice that really stands up is holding block when you meet a new enemy type and absorbing their attacks. This way you'll see what they can actually do. So many deaths happen because you wade in against a new foe without seeing what they're actually capable of. Secondly, when your own posture meter has risen dangerously high, you'll likely dodge away to safety. But once you've got the distance, don't forget to hold block again, as this speeds up the rate that your posture bar decreases. What I really wanted to talk about in this first tip was a more general approach to combat, namely trying to limit combat to one-on-one encounters as much as humanly possible. The game is so much easier with fewer distractions. This is where the game's stealth awareness comes into play, as you can use it to catch the attention of specific enemies and lure them away from crowds. Yes, you can use the ceramic shards for a similar purpose, but your throw range isn't as long as an enemy's sight line. When you meet groups of enemies, edge towards them in a stealth crouch until one of the yellow triangles appears above one of their heads. If you see multiple triangles filling up, you can step back or adjust your position to the side until only one triangle is raising, like so. When the triangle fills, you'll have caught the enemy's eye and they'll walk towards you. The key here is to back away if you see that yellow triangle filling with red. This means they're entering an alarm status. As long as you back away, you can lure them to a different location more to your liking. Or even better, enemies will eventually lose interest and return to their location, meaning they'll turn their back on you, opening them up to a death blow that might not have been possible when they were standing with their pals. Alternatively, ignoring an enemy's suspicion and then quickly zipping up to higher ground is also good. As long as the enemy isn't alert, you can do an aerial death blow from above. Just target, jump and hit tack when it turns red. I probably do this way too much. Get into the habit of catching guards' eyes and you can tackle fights to your liking. It's especially useful for picking off guards around mini-bosses, which I'll cover a bit later in the video. And remember, if it doesn't go to shit, you are much better off escaping, either grappling to a higher spot or just legging it back to an early area in order to lose the attention of the guards. Sekiro is so much easier when you are choosing when to engage, rather than having to improvise on the enemy's turn. I also want to see phrases shuriken in enemy ranks. This shuriken flinging upgrade for your prosthetic arm, which you can earn by collecting the shuriken wheel from this path by the outskirts wall path idol, turning to the sculptor to get it fitted. It's great at picking off ranged enemies and dogs that roam the earlier areas. You can attack ranged enemies without alerting their friends, even when they are standing right next to them. Just creep towards them, pressing the lock-on key until you can highlight them, and then zap them with shurikens. It's a good way of picking off prying eyes before they sound the alarm, and can also leave guards standing by themselves, making them equal to stealth kill. Same technique works pretty well for dogs. Just pick them off one by one, then tackle their owner. If you run out of ammo for the arm, you can easily buy more at the sculptor's idols. Don't rest, of course, as you will with all the enemies. also good to try and unlock new arms as quickly as possible, as each can be used against specific enemies and bosses to great effect. After the loaded shuriken, the next two arms are both unlocked in the Hirata estate. It's actually possible to miss this area entirely. To get there, you need to talk to this old lady in the broken house. She's in the village that comes right after the General Kawarada fight, which is the first mini-boss you'll meet after the tutorial area. She'll give you a bell, and you can take that bell to the Buddha statue next to the sculpture. This whisks you to the memory of the planet. Once in the Hirata estate, you need to follow the flow of the level until you find guards sitting around the bonfire. Hidden in the middle of the bonfire is the flame barrel, which will unlock the flame vent upgrade when you next visit the sculptor. It's basically a arm that parks out fire, which will come in handy against a few later boss fights. Continue around the Hirata estate, and you'll get to a road gate that connects you back to the opening area of the estate. If you jump onto the wall to the left of the gate, you'll see two guards having a chat outside a building. Cut their chat short with a sword, and then open up the building with the Shinobi Axe of the Monkey. Take this to the sculptor for the loaded axe. This develops more combat potential as you learn extra skills, but right from the start it's basically an instant kill or shielded enemies, just to give them a choice of regular death blow. Nice. The final upgrade available in this early stretch of the game is the Shinobi Firecracker, an arm that emits a very loud noise that is key to some easier boss wins. The upgrade I use for this is Robert's Firecrackers, which you can buy from the Memorial Merchant. He appears in several places, but his first shop is on this tall cliff overlooking the lady, who gives you the bell charm that you use to reach the estate. You have to approach it from this side to unlock, and then you can buy the firecrackers for 5%. That's the extra in the first hour of the game. While we're talking about the merchant, a very quick note about money. Currency is fragile in Sekiro as you lose half of it every time you die, unless you luck out and get unseen aid, which is very rare. One way to safeguard your money is to visit a merchant and buy a money pouch. This item won't be lost on death and can then be used later when you have the specific costs to meet. Yes, you do end up paying a little bit extra for it. It's 110 sen to safeguard 100 sen, but it is worth it in the long run. Connected to this, when you do find these pouches drops in the world, don't just open them up and fill your pockets.
Fucking horsey! Goddamn horsey, man! I don't know what's going on, man. Hold on. Hold on, where are you just fucking riding in a circle around me?
Don't attack and kill him as he grows up to be the merchant just outside the chained oak boss fight. Kill him in the past, and he won't have a shop in the present. I mean, that's how time travel works. While we're talking about unlocking various early game trees, it's also worth looking at the various skill systems. The skills are grouped into various disciplines, and you have to unlock each scroll of learning before you start buying the skills. In the early hours of the game, you will unlock the Shinobi arts as part of the story, and then prosthetic arts when you take the second upgrade of the sculptor. The third skill tree available is the
fucking horde.
a little bit fiddlier.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Boss fight with the general on the horse. More on him in a second. You head up the stairs at the back of his battlefield and enter the mansion to meet Tengu. He'll ask you to assassinate some rats. He's actually talking about midget swordsmen who are gathered above the Ashina Castle gate. These guys are surprisingly nasty, so I recommend sneaking up behind them for death blows. If you do get in a fight, you can chop through their defensive hats with the loaded axe. Return to Tengu when they're dead, and you'll earn the Ashina Esoteric Text. The skill trees aren't massive, but they're broad enough to give you stress about what to unlock first, so here are the skills I'd focus on in the early game. The very first skill you want is Mikiri Counter. This basically lets you stop thrust attacks, which are those nasty, perilous attacks that are signalled with a flash of red text. This is a great skill because it lets you instantly death blow smaller spearmen, and the input window is really generous. It's also great for chewing through the Shinobi Hunter mini-boss, which I'll cover in a second. I also like the grappling hook attack in the prosthetic arts school, mainly because it lets you chew through one of the early bosses with ease. Again, more on him in a second. More importantly, buying the grappling hook lets you buy Emma's medicine potions, which boost the strength of healing items and obviously help as stretching supplies further during more grueling encounters. It's a vital upgrade. Back in the Shinobi arts, I really like Suppress Presence, as it boosts your stealthiness when you are crouched, which gives you better command of the battlefield. As mentioned in my first tip, being able to lure enemies away is so useful for the odds. Popping out is a good way to catch someone's eye, and Suppress Presence lets you hide it. Once you've got Suppress Presence, you should also unlock Running does mean that you can now buy Shinobi Eyes, which powers up the power of the Kiri counter. Again, great for chewing through anything that you can. Once you have the Ashina arts, the first skill, Ichimonji, is a treat. A massive chop that absolutely monsters posture. It will put most small enemies into an instant death blow animation and can really chew up mini-bosses' posture too. More importantly, it opens up Descending Carp and Ascending Carp, which both increase the amount of posture damage directly after a hit. Anything that can speed up getting enemies to a death blow is a huge plus for me. Obviously, all these skills cost points, and points are easily lost, as your XP is halved every time you die. If you want an early boost, and I really do recommend focusing on getting all these abilities, you can grind away at early hours in the game, using the Sculptor's Idol to reset the enemies you just killed. This way you can earn points from lesser enemies.
As long as I, like, go in here, do my thing, and kill them. Just believe, dog, I got it.
Running
But, like,
loops of the first road you reach outside of the dilapidated temple is good, as every enemy can be quickly stealth killed, and there are several idols for quick resets. Otherwise, I'm quite a fan of clearing out the opening area of the Hirata estate. It's also a good way to practice drawing enemies away from their friends for easy takedowns. If you keep running loops, you'll quickly earn the skill points, and you'll also get vast amounts of money and support items, which makes all the later boss fights that much easier. Don't be embarrassed about this slightly cheesy tactic. The game is much more fun with fun skills unlocked. There is really no shame in it. I'm now going to focus on a few early bosses that are the big sticking points for people. First up, the Chained Ogre. There are 3 useful tricks for this one. First of all, you want to land a death blow before properly engaging the ogre, as this halves his health for the battle to come. My technique is to and draw the ogre here, drop down and he'll follow you. You now have to sprint to the top of the hill. You'll get so far from the ogre that the fight will actually stop. Music will guide you while vanishing. This means you are now hidden from him. Now you just have to wait for him to start walking up the hill, and you can do an aerial death blow on him. With his health bar, this is where it gets a little cheesy. There is a spot behind the fence where the ogre can't reach you. Lure him to either side of the fence and slash at him as he attacks, or wait for him to do an attack that leads him to the ledge. Some attacks can clip you here, but he can't physically follow you onto the ledge. It's a great place to pick away at him. If you want to speed up the fight even further, the ogre is also vulnerable to the flame vent bar, which I explained earlier in the video. Before using it, throw a vial of oil at him, as it makes the flames hit harder and gives you a better chance to slice away at him if he panics. It's entirely possible to do the fight before you have the flame vent oil, just hope for safety, like the cheese monkey you are. Less trouble than the ogre, but still a sticking point for many, is the Shinobi Hunter mini-boss. 2 important things. First of all, clear out any other guards from the area, so that you can fight him without others getting involved. There are several guards you can't kill without alerting others, so expect to have to run away. I always zip to this tree and then zap to the top of the building to let other guards cool off. Once the 4 guards in the area are gone, you want to trigger the fight with the death blow. Crouch in the flower bed along the left-hand wall, sneak up to where the hunter walks amongst the flowers, and when he turns his back, you creep out and stab him. And that's half his health gone. The key to the following fight is to have bought the mid-Kiri counter skill, as outlined earlier in the video. This lets you counter all his spear thrusts and chew through his posture. You still have to watch out for non-thrust attacks, but I basically wait for that flash of red text signifying the spear poke, and then counter him until dead. Trust me, with this power unlocked, the fight will seem stupidly easy. Next up is Yuzo the Drunkard, the first properly nasty boss of the game. As with the Shinobi Hunter, a big part of this fight is taking away his support before the proper fight begins. Clear out the enemies in the house on the left side of the area, and then use the yellow triangle trick, that's from tip number 1, to catch the eye of other men and call them over to you. Kill the ranged fighter with a shuriken. So use this passage to sneak up and backstab the men who wait alongside Yuzo. Just be warned that you will draw his attention with this, so the key is to sprint around the hut on the left
I'm the game like
in the back area until enemies go back to their normal position. It's a bit of a faff, but it's a really safe way to eat through their numbers. When you've killed off his men, you want to trigger the Juzo death blow and
The horsey.
Once you've alerted him,
Not
Juzo
the horsey.
will sometimes stand out in the middle of the field. If you've killed all his men, you just need to sneak from behind and pull that death blow. If you use a waste of the field, you can draw him over board. When he turns to walk back to the main gate,
Okay, dude.
now this is the important bit. With his health half, you now need to get some assistance. Sprint over to the warrior waiting by the box and quickly activate his text. I say quickly, Yuzo will be
Horsey.
at this point. Skipping his text brings the warrior into the fight, and he serves as a brilliant distraction, opening up Yuzo for lots of attacks at the back. But the quickest way to take him down is to throw oil at him while he fights your friend, and then use the flame vent arm to set him ablaze. As he panics, you do massive damage and drive up that posture. If Yuzo does home in on you, let your friend attack him to take the pressure off you, and you'll take this boss down in no time. I actually found the horse riding Gyuro a little
Bruh.
easier than the other earlier bosses.
Okay, dog. I can't hear with this guy talking. He's not fucking helping me at all. And my game's actually lagging because of this fucking British bullshit. Crumpet and blingas. Nothing stresses me out more than a fucking English accent, dude. Like, especially if I'm like trying to focus and I'm like leaning in. Oh my god, now I gotta go buy more fucking. I see why we left, dude. I see why we left. Some people were just like, why can't you just fucking talk normal, right? Oh, now I gotta kill things I can. Not in mood. Oh, go down here, hold on. What are you doing? That's crazy, you just did all that right now. Alright. Why? I don't understand what my game's doing right now. Okay, dude, I'm coming. I'm coming to you directly. Alright. Body block. Come on, man. That's fucked up. It's cheap, dude. I don't know what the fuck that is, dude.
My name is Kyobu Masataka Oniwa! As I breathe, you will not pass the castle gate!
Please get off the fucking horse, dude. Oh, because it wanted to, is why. That's very funny and actually inventive and new and cool. And he's just gonna walk around in a circle around my shit. these fucking... Can you just do the thing? Alright. I forgot I don't have to grind for it. Go. Fuck your name. Oh, I had such a good fucking start there. Gotta get out of the fire, cuz. Oh my god, I almost fucking had him. Such trash, dude. Such trash. That's the worst part. It's like they take your moves from you if you don't fucking like win. They're like, alright, so yeah, you lost then, but what'll happen when we take your special move? Because you died. Oh. Wish this was fucking Dark Souls, but just 2 seconds. Just fucking 2 seconds, dude. Another shit. Oh, if you wanted to hit, that would be great. I'm not like basing it on you or nothing, but this boss fight could end. Loving it. Oh, I can't just space egg, you know what? Dog, come on. Come on, man. But same to you, buddy. Kill him. God, feels good. Oh no, his horse, bro! It like looked at him sadly when he fucking died. Bro. What the fuck? Way to really rub my face in like winning the boss fight, dude. I really feel like a piece of shit. The man dies and the horse sadly looked down at him like, my friend. Dog, what the fuck? Hold me, dog. Hold me. He was allegedly a very evil man, and I've been stuck on this boss fight for a very long time. I can finally enhance my attack power. I'm stronger. Oh no, I don't want to fight him again. Stop it. Just rest. Is this the front door? Can I just... Hello? Is anyone home? Hey man, you aren't gonna believe what I just went through. Oh, you're not friendly, huh? God damn.
It seems Ishi's illness is indeed grave.
The land of Ashina will not last much longer, even with Genichiro on our side. What about our other mission?
Black Hat is fighting like a demon by the Serpent Valley side of the castle.
Then that's where we're going next. But keep your wits about you. The Black Hat Badger won't go down without a fight.
fuck did I get hit with? Go, 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 go. Damn, one and done. Death. It's hard game. We'll take a break. I've been at it all night. Ba-doop. I'm good on playing video games. I gotta learn something, dude. Maybe lay down. I'll watch some videos on, like, I don't know, 3D printing and stuff. Still watching. I'd like to thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. Give me company all night again. Twisty, thank you. I appreciate you. I hope that I gave your night some substance. I don't know.